Recording in progress.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Hello and welcome everyone to the second day of the Central Africa Peering Forum, for the second and last day of this forum. Very happy to be here again and discuss peering once again. And I would like to invite Chancel Barra, our co-chair, to take the stage and introduce that day. Thank you very much, Chancel. Thank you to all of you. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for being here today to this 5th edition of the Central Africa Peering Forum. Thank you to the entire community. Thank you for all the efforts we are doing to help the development of internet in Central Africa, in all over Africa as well. We'll start our morning with a presentation on auto-evaluation of IXPs. This presentation will be done by Mr. Ghislain N, who is both an expert and a pioneer of internet in our community. He has 15 years of experience in dealing with internet. And today, with his expertise, he will be able to teach us and tell us more on this new tool that will allow us to auto-evaluate our IXPs. He's an IXP expert in Isaac. He will first present, and then we will move to the Q&A part of the session. This will take us 1 hour and 15 minutes. So we are starting at 11 and finishing at 12:15. This is why I will give him the floor so that he can explain this. Dear Ghislain, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Chancel. And maybe if we could quickly see the objectives of this forum. We'll quickly oversee them. So the objective is to promote the development of a robust and sustainable internet ecosystem, being in the sub-region of Central Africa, by encouraging local interconnection and peering the different ISPs and other actors. It's also a platform for sharing knowledge and reinforcing capacities and creating a network between the different shareholders in the telecommunication industry in Central Africa. It's also to present the best practice in terms of internet interconnection and peering in other regions and encouraging its adoption in Central Africa. And it's to plead in favor of political reform, because you know that without laws, without policies, there are things that we cannot reach. So this platform is also here to reach that political achievement. In terms of commitment, this session is recorded, and the recording will be available on Facebook, Twitch, and Vimeo. We've been asked to, we will ask you to use respect and responsibility when you're talking to each other. When you're asking questions, please be clear, brief, direct, and simple. And every time you're asking a question, please tell us who you are and where you live in. And we also ask you to read the Code of Conduct of the Internet Society. This is an event that has been organized by the community, but in collaboration with the Internet Society. So please read the Code of Conduct. There is also the possibility to participate on social media. So if you are on social media, please don't hesitate to promote the event with the hashtag FPAC 2024 or CAPF 2024. And audio is available both in French and English. You can choose which language you want. So you can choose the globe and at the bottom and choose the language you want to listen in. So if you have questions, don't hesitate to ask it. You can ask it in the Q&A part, or question réponse via Q&A, and also you can also ask it directly in the chat, and you can give your opinion on things in the chat as well. So to go over what we're going to do today, there'll be 3 sessions. The first session is called session 4 because we've been starting counting yesterday, so that's the first of the day. But we have one is the 4th one. It's about a tool of auto-evaluation of IXPs that we've created within the Internet Society. It's to try and see where you're at in terms of development and growth. And then the second one is sustainable IXP, neutrality of networks, policies, IP resources, and so on. It's our friend Serge Parfait who will be moderating this session with quite a few different speakers as well. And then we'll have a break for an hour where we will be able to take a small break, and then we'll come back for the last session, session 6. We'll have different speakers depending on the topic that they will talk about. And we'll finish around 4 by a word from the different co-chair, Sylvain or Chancel or other people from the community. So without any further ado, I will start my presentation as I am the first speaker, and I will be speaking about this new tool. It's this auto-evaluation, self-evaluation tool that we've created here at the Internet Society. I hope you can see my slides. Can you see my screen? Yes, we can see it, no problem. Thank you. So this tool that was implemented by Internet Society is called IXP Self-Assessment Survey that we've translated into French. So I'll present the self-assessment tool. The objective is to try and help IXPs to see how they can develop, how can they grow. So there are 3 main points that I would like to touch upon. First, an introduction to give you a bit of context. I will talk about the different steps into the development of an IXP, and then we'll move towards conclusion and recommendations. To start with, I would like to say that it is important to have in our overall perspective, being an IXP or not network or not, an objective of development and growth. Development and growth are not an option, they are a necessity to stay pertinent, efficient, and still have a reason to be here in today's world. So like any child that is growing up, he doesn't stay a child. As an entity, as a business, there is a stage where you're developing. So first you've got the childhood, and then you're developing, and an IXP needs to go through the exact same process and have an objective of the future of growth. You want to have a certain number of service of networks connected, and you have to have this growth in mind, and this is really important. So we are in a world that is constantly evolving, being a social, economical point of view, energy, and so on. The world is not static, it's constantly changing. And in Africa, we have a demographic issue to resolve. We know that by 2050, the population in Africa will double. So I think it's around 1 billion at the moment. In 2050, we should be around 2 billion people in Africa. So this change in policy. Give me a moment, just give me a moment, please. Sorry. I was saying, so in terms of demography, Africa is planning on having a double of population by 2050, and this is not very far from now. So this is something that we need to have and keep in mind. There are climate changes that have an impact on food production and migrations. So there are all those new technologies that we are mentioning, AI, 5G, robotics. I've heard someone say that by 2030, there are some jobs that are not existing yet that will be created, and some that exist now that won't exist then. And that's 2030. And Africa needs to be ready to take on those challenges by creating digital economies and digital platforms for the education, 2.4 billion people that needs to be educated. We'll have to have a good health system, commerce, agriculture, security. All of this will be a challenge. And we need to create infrastructures that are meeting this future demand. So when we think about IXP, we are thinking at 2030, 2050, when Africa will be bigger in terms of population and will have to face those challenges. So the role of those IXPs becomes major for the creation of a peering and interconnection system and to catalyze the development of those systems and digital solutions. At the moment, if you want to have access to health scan, for instance, you have to go into a health center. Maybe in the future, there won't be anybody there. You will just come in, get that scan on your own. It will be analyzed by an AI, and it will give you a treatment and a protocol to follow. And we are in an interconnected world, in a digital world, and this digital ecosystem exists, and those IXPs are really important because we need them so that kind of economy can be implemented. So those IXPs needs to develop and grow. So if nowadays an IXP has 5 or 6 members, we need to think about 10, 30, 40, 50 members. If we only have ISPs, maybe in the future we need to think of banks, hospitals, maybe music producers, video producers, and so on. So it is something that is becoming more and more critical. So exchange points are important, but also other things are important in the peering ecosystem. You can't only think about IXP, you need to think about the laws that will go alongside that, the infrastructures like data centers. Will we have the energy needed to meet the data demand that will come in the future? Will we have data centers that will be able to support those new services? And also, we need to think at the question of digitalization of services. So that gives you a bit of an overview of what will be needed. And those exchange points that we talked about, they need to develop and grow. And this cannot be done randomly. We've noticed that there are axes of development that are very important. And these are the major aspects of development. There are 5 main aspects. Some of them can be split into more, but there are 5 major ones: governance and policies. So what policies can be implemented to help those IXPs to develop? There is this infrastructure axis. What infrastructures are here? Are the IXPs able to give 100 or 400 giga? There is a question of traffic, of connected networks. Are those IXPs able to get some networks that are outside of their market? I don't know, for instance, subregional or international networks. Can you see my screen properly? Can you see? Yes, we can see your screen, but it's just not moving. We're not seeing any more slides. We can just see the first slide. Is it moving? No, it's not moving. Not on my side. Can you see the diagram with the different axes? No, we are still on the first slide on IXP self-assessment survey. Okay, I've got an issue then.
Là, ça va?
Is it working now? Yes, it is. Yes. Okay. So it was just that kind. So as I was saying, IXP needs to develop and grow, but there are also important things that needs to develop as well, like the law, the infrastructures, where they are, and so on. All of this is important. So it creates an overall aspect where everything can happen and that the country is in a dynamic where digitalization can happen. And there are different axes. As I was saying, we have governance and policies, where we're talking mainly about IXPs and whether they are entities that are formalized and registered. Are there committees for management and decision making for the development of these IXPs? There is the axis of infrastructures, traffic and connected networks. It's a question of whether an IXP can serve a client that comes with a request of 100 or 200 or more 400 giga. Can they provide that? So can they receive international networking? So independent, and so it's a question of whether the IXP can attract external networks and diverse networks, regional or international level. There's also this question of security. Is that platform safe? Will it not collapse in the future? Will it not be subject to attacks? Would it be hijacked or things like that? Then there's the axis of service. Can the IXP provide diverse services in terms of operations and sustainability? Again, can the exchange point are optimal and sustainable? And last point is the community commitment. If an IXP is based within a community, does that IXP is working with its community and for its community? Alongside those major aspects, there are other aspects that are important, is the different phases in the development. So there is those major aspects of development, but there are also different steps in development. So when an IXP is created, we have what we call the initial and basic step, which is the first step. And when there is between 1 and 6 networks that are connected, and the IXP doesn't have a lot of service in terms of governance. It only has one technical committee, for instance, but no management committee. And then as it grows, that IXP is moving towards a development step. And it's becoming more robust with more services offered and a stronger governance and so on. And the aim is to take that exchange point to further along and to get to the advanced stage. And it will offer more services, better infrastructure, a system of governance that is strong enough to develop and go even further in the future. The objective of this IXP at this level is to renew itself and to offer more and more services. So in each steps, there is a number that is there's a number of characteristics that the IXP can show and maintain. But because we are putting both together, the aspects of development and the steps, the development steps, we get to something similar. So depending on what some tools allows ourselves to evaluate at what level, at what step the IXP is on each aspect. So you see that diagram, you see that in terms of governance and policies, the IXP is on the second step of development. But when you're looking at the infra, traffic, connected networks and security, we can see that it is only at an initial basic stage. When we move to services, we can see that in terms of services and operations and sustainability, this IXP is at an advanced stage. So the question is to keep those services, these operations and this sustainability at that level. And in terms of community engagement, it is still at the basic step, basic stage and initial stage. So in this specific case, this IXP will have to define an action plan to work at least on those two aspects, the infra traffic connected network one and community engagement, so that he can then say, okay, on those 2 points in 2024 and in 2025, we will be working so that we can reach the second stage of development. Of course, it's hard to go straight to the most advanced stage, but at least move forward and go towards a phase, a development phase. So second step. You can't say nowadays that this IXP is developed. You can't say that because you need to look at each aspect and see where there is an effort needed, where you need to offer more services. Because you need to reach 100 giga, you need to attract local and international networks. So this is a way to look at things, and you need to be able to face the results and implement things to respond to this. So on the development phase, I tried to give details on what actions are done in terms of governance and policies. There are some IXPs that start with a technical committee of 2 or 3 people. They're not really structured. They're not registered anywhere. There's 1 or 2 committee only, but you need to think on the long run. Open a bank account, get a registration number, either as an NGO or as a business, but you need to put an official structure in place. In terms of policies, what's the policy of the exchange point? Is it an open policy, or do you start with a closed policy and working only with local network, and then you wouldn't be able to get international network or sub-regional network in? So as we've said, in terms of infrastructure, connected networks, traffic and security, can we have a higher speed for ports and more variety of them? Can we have a point of presence that is unique or distributed? Do we stay on the number of local AS, regional or international? We mentioned that. In terms of security, there's our L2 platform. Is it safe? Does each port has a matrix that says that only addresses X, Y, and Z can connect to it? Do we have a multilateral routing technique? Is localization neutral? Are we in a data center where everybody can come in and do peering as they want? Because there are IXPs that are sometimes with a historical provider, but then they need to evolve and become a neutral data center so they can get more networks in. In terms of service, is there a website? Is there a root server? Is there root collectors, looking glasses? Do we have AS112? Do we have DNS? Is the exchange point configured so that there are communities? Can I say there is a community and there is traffic that is automatically put in place because of the community that we call it BGP variant? We've mentioned that yesterday. Is that service available? And if I've got a DOS attack, can I inform on an IP where that traffic is sent straight to a black hole? Is this available on the IXP? That's the kind of the service that is, if it's given or not given, is explaining where the IXP is in terms of development. In terms of operation and durability, is there HR, human resources? Are there people that are working part-time? Do we have volunteers? Is the IXP financially stable? Is there depending on the model of the exchange point, we can say, okay, this IXP is quite sustainable. It can be, if, for instance, they don't get some funds, it will survive. The renewal of equipment if they come to their end of life and things like that are taken into account. In terms of community engagement, sometimes things are implemented. They don't organize meetings or webinars. So that's the kind of thing that will also determine whether the exchange point is still at its beginning or is more evolved in its development. These are the different aspects that allow the allow the IXP to determine where he is situated on this evaluation. And once he noticed that he is not, is at step 1 or 2, he can implement things to try and change things.
Un diagramme comme celui-ci où on peut essayer de dire, OK,
We've got a diagram here. And for example, you can see one IXP and think, okay, with this IXP, we're at this level. Here it's an example from Malawi, where they ran a survey in 2023, and you can see that in terms of community, they frequently worked with the community, they led meetings. In terms of connected networks, they didn't have many external networks, but in terms of traffic, we can see it was rather low because of this. Then we've got the governance, 50%. In terms of operations and sustainability, we can see that they were well positioned, 100%, and that's something they would have to try and maintain. In terms of peering infrastructure, 37% probably means that they are at a level where maybe they can offer 40, 100 gigabytes, but no more. So in terms of presence, they're only present in one city, but not in others. In terms of security, there is still a lot to be done to develop more security in M2. And there is a need for RPKI to boost security and filtering to make sure that there would be no hijacking or misuse of IP addresses, for example. In terms of services, they were at roughly 35%. So this was just to give you a brief overview of an IXP. And this image gives the IXP ideas of actions that they need to implement to be able to develop. And the objective is to be able to have a drawing or this diagram where it's open, meaning that then you can try and increase your score in each category. So that's just briefly explaining this. The 2024 survey is now open. It is a survey that was created in 3 languages, English, Spanish, and French. Once the tool is completed, we will need to have one more step. We will need to send the results to the IXP, and they can use them to improve and to develop an action plan for sustainability and growth. The IXP will be the one to decide what they do based on the results they receive. That's why it's important to work with the Internet Society. Internet Society gives us this opportunity to figure out what aspects we need to work on. In Africa, for example, we see that we are succeeding in implementing a general overview of Africa, and we've noticed that a lot of countries are late. And so we're going to try and run actions to boost services. In Latin America, the survey is open to the whole world, so maybe something different would come up. Maybe in Latin America, they would have to work on governance more than other aspects. But this is a way for us to figure out where they need help so that we can better support them. It also gives us opportunities for discussions around development. So that is my presentation of this very important tool and that we have made available to the community so that they may use it too. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci à toi, Chancel.
And I will now give the floor to Chancel.
Chancel, est-ce que tu m'entends?
Chancel, are you with us? Can you hear me? Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Ghislain, for this excellent presentation. Thank you for introducing us to this tool. allowing us to figure things out in terms of governance, services, and future development of IXPs. I can see that this is a constant evolution. It's a process, be it in policy, governance, services, or infrastructure. And so I'm now going to give the floor to the participants. If you have any questions or comments, you can post them in the chat or the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen. Very well, thank you. We welcome any questions, any comments, any suggestions for improvement. We're really looking forward to making our IXPs and our tools more pertinent. I think Sylvain has a hand up. Sylvain? Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Chancel. Thank you, Ghislain, for this brilliant presentation that allows us to tackle these issues of evolution and sustainability of our IXPs. My question is, what are the objectives? What are your plans for this year? Is there anything you have planned to improve the IXPs given the lessons learned after several years of implementing your tool, your survey tool? Thank you, Sylvain, for this question. So for this year, there haven't been many improvements in terms of design of the survey itself. We have a few ideas. I could probably tell you a little bit about them. Today, there were comments pointing to the fact it would be good to have other languages, maybe translations into Portuguese or Arabic, but we haven't been able to put this in place for 2024, but maybe 2025, adding more languages. We would also like to improve things such as feedback. Feedback at the IXP. Many people reply, but once we come back, we need to be able to come to them one by one, and that is something we have struggled with. So the survey points to certain things and says you can improve this or that, and you can move from A to B and then B to C. But we have different ideas of domains in which we could work. One thing we have not yet been able to put in place is automatization of the survey. It is not self-running. What we would like us to do is that when you fill in the system or the survey, it gives you access to a dashboard and shows you what can be done, a list of maybe 2 or 3 points that can be implemented. So that's another thing that we would like to see improvement on, but we've just not had the time. I might, I think I see a question from Serge in the chat. Are there examples of feedback based on the tool being used in a specific region? I think I could probably share the 2023 report. If you bear with me for a few seconds, just to be able to show you the 2023 graphs.
Donc, j'ai pris juste l'exemple.
This is 2023, so last year. I showed you the example of Malawi, but in the report you can see there are multiple IXPs in countries. You've got Malawi, Harare, which is in Zimbabwe, and you can see all the differences on these IXPs. You can also see, I think in Angola there were 2, West African Internet Exchange, Uganda. Uganda at the bottom right here is quite well positioned in terms of governance, sustainability, services, and community engagement. But they need to improve their networks and their security and their infrastructure. So here you've got Kenya, Douala, Mali, Burundi, Kinshasa. You can see the Kinshasa diagram is quite interesting. They worked a lot on multiple aspects, and I think it's a really good example at the African level. Côte d'Ivoire, so Ivory Coast, maybe other countries, let's see. Botswana. This is in Asia, the Asia Pacific region. I think we've got Singapore here. We also worked on Latin America, Brazil. Maybe I can go into a little more detail. Some metrics need to be adjusted. So for example, if you consider a country like India, it's 1 billion inhabitants. And so if you've got an IXP north, they cannot. Have everyone from the country going there. It's the same in the US. An IXP in the East Coast will not have all the ASNs from the East or from the West, so you need to adapt the evaluation, the survey, and bear in mind the size of the country, for example. In the evaluation, we evaluate present ASs and ASs in the country. So because most of the time we use ASs in the country, we generally have to adjust this for larger countries. So yeah, it was just to give you a brief overview of all the different diagrams that came out of the various country surveys.
Merci. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres questions?
Are there any other questions? If there are any other questions, I see that we have run out of questions. I don't think I see any in the chat. Are there other recommendations or comments? Anything to add after this presentation? Not that I can think of. I just think it's important to encourage IXPs because I focus on IXPs in my presentation. I think it's just important to be able to complete the survey and take inspiration from what other IXPs are doing. I like giving examples. In Africa, we have quite a few. In South Africa or other IXPs, we can learn from them. If you go on the site of IXPs, you can find quite a lot of information. It's one of the community IXPs that presents all of its metrics, or at least most of them, on their website. There's NAP Africa also, that it has data that is available. And I just think we can draw inspiration and learn from each other and see how one group managed to go forward and improve the situation in terms of community engagement, for example, asking, what have you been doing? There are a few examples I could give you. There was someone who was saying that in terms of community engagement, all of their meetings were organized so that after the meetings, there was a social event. A social event so that the community stays together. And this means that people, if people don't do peering, it's because they don't know each other. Secondly, they're not aware of the existence of the other. And furthermore, they don't understand that they can first socialize and then put in place some peering. So I think it's very important to understand how all this can be done. Some people will say, we've got a budget, we take turns. In one country, each member of the IXP is in charge of the social event per trimester. Or people just, grab a bite, share a moment, they discuss a technical issue, but it's all about this exchange on good practices in an environment, in a given environment, or a social framework that has all this situation needed. You've also got refreshments, food, drinks, and an opportunity for discussion. But it's not heavy, it's not a burden for the participant. Up until the point where obviously the IXP has funds and then can be in charge of organizing these social events. They can also define a peering event. For example, I think we spoke about this with Sylvain. Maybe he can come in about that. In Cameroon, it seems important to have an event where people are going to gather, and rather than having the Central African Peering Forum, we could create an event, a national event. And this national event doesn't require much. If it's just one day or a day and a half, it's enough to discuss national issues. And so I think that's why it's important. So if there's someone in the chat who could tell us about these national events, if they have organized some, and tell us how they did it, what is needed, how they went about it. It's not rocket science, organizing these kinds of events. So that's just what I wanted to say in terms of community engagement. From other points of view, there can be quite a few possibilities. From AFRA, internally in a country, you could have an operator who's decommissioning a switch, and it could be given to the IXP, for example. If that's not the case, then there can be donations, from the Internet Society, or you can put in a request for donations based on a specific event. If there's a NOG, an NOG, then that can be used as a lever and make sure people engage at the community level. So there are quite a few things that can be done. I don't want to keep to the floor too long, but if there's anyone who would like to add what I've just said, then please go ahead. If you have maybe country-specific stories, not necessarily just Central Africa, but if it's specific to your country, that can be interesting too. Thank you. Thank you, Ghislain. So in terms of that project you mentioned, with the DualX platform and other internet exchange points such as CAMEX in Cameroon, we are currently preparing the Douala Peering D. It's a small event that will be an opportunity to gather representatives of the people who have numbers for autonomous systems. What we want to do is to work on the building of ecosystems, of community, direct community, and especially include the people who can have a real influence on the localization of traffic. I think on the 26th of June, 2024, that's the date we've given ourselves. I have to do double check, but maybe I'm telling you this today so that we keep to our date. But on the 26th of June, we have planned to organize an event. We want to share our experience. All the content will be made available. We will try and document everything that we're doing. We have a document that is presenting the idea, and we then want to try and implement this and give practical examples. I can share the link that will allow all of you to get an overview of the type of events we may be running. And maybe some of you may be able to share their experience or try out what we have planned before us. Chancel, I give you the floor. Thank you very much, Monsieur Sylvain, for sharing your experience. It's always good to get additional contributions after Monsieur Ghislain's presentation. I would now like to mention AFIX, which is happening soon. In terms of all community engagement things, there's one website that I frequently use. All the people present at this event should be able to participate in the activity. And I think this would allow for a good networking opportunity and creating partnerships for development of services. Here, I'd give the example of PCH, where today, if you have PCH in Congo, through these community activities that we have been made aware of certain nodes, and we are in contact with PCH. PCH has been in Brazzaville for over a year now, and we now have a second presence, I think, for PCH in Pointe Noire. So I'd like to insist here on the fact that it's important to participate in these community activities because they give us opportunities for improvements for our IXPs. If there are no further questions, I think that I will give the floor to the second moderator, who will be moderating today's second session, Monsieur Goma. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Chancel, for handing the floor over to me. My question to the general moderator, do you want us to start straight away, or shall we give panelists time to arrive for this next session? Ghislain? Yes, I think we've only got 3 of our panelists for the moment. That's not an issue. You can go ahead. You can start. If they join us during the panel, then that's not a problem. Just go ahead with the ones who are already present. Fantastic, thank you. So thank you, Ghislain. This second panel will focus mostly on the sustainable IXP model. We'll focus on neutrality, network policies, resources, and management models for caches. To bring this discussion forth, we've invited our panelists, Monsieur Olivier, who I think is present in the room. We have Monsieur Mohamed, Mr. Marcel. We should also have Nico from DRC and Jean-Francis. So without further ado, I will give the floor to those who are already with us. Mohamed, are you here? And if so, would you like to take the floor to give us an introduction to your IXP, where you are at, and maybe start tackling some of these questions of policies, of IXPs. Mohamed, you have the floor.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mohamed. How are you?
Fine, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, regarding the Internet Exchange Point of Nigeria, because we are going to be discussing about governance, regulation, and policies, let me start with the governance structure, because that is the fundamental, the pillars that holds the exchange point. If you don't get it right, sometimes the exchange point cannot function properly. As you know, most of the exchange points in Africa are not-for-profit organizations, but there are three different governance structures in the world. Usually there are commercial exchanges like what you see in America mostly, where you have profit-driven companies that run exchange points. Then you have the not-for-profit organization, where most of the African countries and some European countries have that structure. But in Africa, we also tend to see exchange points managed by government, usually the regulators, or educational institutions owned by government. For our Internet Exchange Point of Nigeria, is a mix of the two to some extent, because the Nigerian government, through the regulators, the Nigerian Communication Commission, provided the initial seed funding for the take-up of the Internet Exchange Point of Nigeria. And that seed funding was given to the industry association at that time, the Internet Service Providers Association of Nigeria, to run the exchange point. So it's a kind of a public-private partnership, where government provided the seed funding and the industry association, used the seed funding to set up the exchange point. And it's a membership-based organization where our members are the key stakeholders in the exchange point. That's for Internet Exchange Point of Nigeria. In terms of policies, we had different policies in the initial days, but things have changed over the years. Part of the things we have changed is that initially, every single service provider that connects to the exchange point must peer with the route server at IXPN, which is called at that time a mandatory multilateral peering agreement. And later we realized that it's discouraging some of the ISPs that are coming to peer, especially those that have closed or selective peering policies. In peering policies for the internet service providers that peer, and even for some of the content providers, some of them, they connect at the route server. Some, they don't connect to route servers. They do a bilateral peering with anybody that they want to peer with. Some, they do multilateral peering, but with the peers that they want. So in terms of peering policies, we have what is called open, which they peer with everyone, or is sometimes closed. They only do with what who they want. Sorry, selective. They decide who they want to peer with. Because of that, at IXPN, we had to remove the mandatory multilateral peering agreement and ensure that anybody that peers at the exchange point has the right to either peer with the route server or not. and whoever they want to pair with, they can pair with at that time. And then some years back too, there is need for the company to have like local registration. It has to be a company registered in Nigeria, but later we waived all those policies. In fact, right now at IXPN, anyone can pair as long as you have an autonomous system number and you have IP block to pair with. You don't need to register through our corporate entity here, like what we call CAC. You don't need to register with the regulators to have a license to operate. As long as you are present in Nigeria and you have an autonomous system number, it means that you are recognized somewhere in the world, and therefore we allow pairing to take place. Why do we allow that? Because the reality is internet stands for interconnected networks. So whether we allow them to pair here or the pair outside is exactly the same pairing. So you have internet service providers that are licensed in Nigeria, but they are pairing with almost everyone across the globe, and therefore there is no need to put those restrictions. And we are lucky enough that the regulators in Nigeria do not create a stumbling block for that, because in some countries where you have very small number of operators, the regulators are always on top of their game, and they ensure that only licensed operators are pairing or are interconnected at the exchange point. Sorry, Martha, hello? So with that, we were able to succeed. So, and we are also a career neutral, because some of the policies that allow exchange point to flourish is the career neutrality, to ensure that you don't compete with your members as an exchange point. At IXPN, we have content providers, higher educational institutions, financial institutions, ISPs, CDN operators, and everyone else. So based on that, we don't provide any services that any of those operators that are interconnected with us do. So we've purely focused on providing interconnectivity and the pairing ecosystem. And the only additional layer we're trying to add is VLAN services. And basically that is that. So I don't know whether I am making sense or not, because I just got to know that.
Thank you very much, Mohamed. Thank you very much. So can you tell us what has been the challenges have you faced to set up those policies and to have a good model of governance?
So initially, getting people, the operators, to understand what we do. And because of the high cost of transmission capacity, even within Lagos at that time, some of the operators were not willing to connect to IXPN. Another aspect is in the initial days, the technical knowledge, because most of the operators, when we came into being at that time, most of the operators are used to buying internet from SAT3. At that time, the incumbent telecom operator called Nitel, and therefore they are used to doing only default routes. There is no need for BGP. But when we came in, the initial challenge was that we encouraged them to acquire their own autonomous system numbers and to pair with us. So most of them lack the technical knowledge to do the pairing. And by mistakes, sometimes they advertise the prefixes of members of the exchange point into the internet, and therefore they act as transit providers without them knowing. So those are some of the initial challenges in terms of the technical skills. So when we realized it, we automatically tried to get partners. There was a time we partnered with Cisco. Cisco sent an expert into Nigeria, and we did a 3 days training. And after that, we do regular trainings. In fact, this year we've done 2 BGP trainings for the new members that connect at the exchange point. So those are the initial stages and and up to now, the challenge is still the high cost of transmission capacity, because we have internet exchange points in different locations across Nigeria. Some of them are far away, as 1,000 kilometers away. So the cost of transmission capacity is extremely high. That is no longer an incentive for an ISP in those locations to pair with us in our current location, because cost of transmission capacity is higher than the cost of internet access. So when someone wants to buy a 1 meg of internet access in those locations, the price they will receive is cheaper than if they want a trunk link or a pure circuit to connect to internet exchange point. So there is no incentive for smaller service providers that really need this service, community networks that really need this service, to pair with IXPN in Lagos. So what we are doing now is to go and reach out to them and to see how we can connect those locations to Lagos. Still, the challenge is the high cost of transmission capacity, but we are providing that as a subsidized service. In our own case, the regulator has not been a challenge like other African countries. The regulator, the Nigerian Communications Commission, has been highly supportive of the internet exchange point of Nigeria over the years, and therefore that has never been a problem to us. So I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you very much, Mohamed. And I think that this is a good model to follow. And we will come back to you. So,
thank you.
On va demander à notre très cher
we will ask our dear friend Olivier, if he is here, to try and give us some information and on the IXP that you have managed, and a briefing on the governance model and the policy model that you've managed to implement. Olivier? Is Olivier here? Olivier, can you hear me? I don't think Olivier is connected.
Okay.
Is Marcel here? Yes, hello. Yes, I am here. Can you hear me? Yes, hello, Marcel. How are you? I'm good, thank you. Hello, everyone. So same question that I asked to Olivier, so we ask to you. Yes, okay, right. Thank you very much. I noted that question. I followed very interestingly the presentation from Nigeria. So as you noted, it's also one practice that we could implement in our IXPs in Africa. So I don't know whether I can go straight into things. No, go ahead, go ahead. Okay, thank you very much. This is Marcel Kebre, and he's in charge of the IXP in Burkina Faso, if I'm not wrong. Well, I'm director of electronic communication in a Ministry of Digital Transition and Communication in the ministry in Burkina Faso. And the ministry works with the Axis project in the African region. We've been partners since 2013 to 2015 for the implementation of the first IXP in Burkina Faso. And I work as a member of the government, and I show how the government could help for the implementation of the IXPs in Burkina. We've got two, one in Ouagadougou and the other one in Ougoudou-Lasso, which is the second main city in Burkina, and very proud of the implementation of those two IXPs. So it's just to share the experience of the government implication. So this is what I can share, because but I don't really manage the exchange point. Yes, that's really interesting. That would be really interesting to get your feedback from the government angle. I think that would be interesting. Thank you very much. Thanks. I want to thank Mr. Ghislain for coming to WANTA in 2015 and teaching us how to implement this IXP. He taught us how it was in other countries, and he told us how to implement a model that is really working very well. So we really want to thank him for helping us out. So in Burkina, we chose as a model after listening to everything that we've been told. So we chose an association of stakeholders, digital stakeholders, people that can share content and they can connect freely to the IXP. So this is how we deal with our IXP in order to be able to give freedom and liberty and independence and neutrality to this association, because some peers are afraid to come to some IXPs because in some countries there is imposition of on IXPs, but in Burkina, the state is not member of that association. The state is only part of the board and external observer. And why is that? Is because if there is an issue, he wants to be able to help, but it's not involved in the functioning, in the daily management of the IXP. We are not here to try and overview everything. The ministry is really not involved in the daily management of the IXP. We help it out financially, morally, and so that it's up and running constantly. Because this is something that is really important for everybody. Every day we're talking about digital sovereignty, we're talking about digitalization, servers that could be able to have all our public data onto. So these are the questions that are coming up, and this cannot. And if any provider could access, it's really important, and this is something that is really working towards the government to reach its objectives. So it's really it's an NGO model and the non-profit, and the state just help with the equipments necessary to implement the IXP, and then there was a business plan that was given for the IXP, and in terms of governance, it's just complete freedom from the associations of stakeholders that is running the IXP, so that it can develop as it should. Regarding policies, we reviewed the entire Fundamental Act about for IXP. We tried to encourage everybody to adhere to come to that IXP, because initially people were not very trusting and they didn't want to come and use that IXP. So we tried, with the act that we passed, we tried to engage people into coming, and this worked because the people that started using that IXP noticed how useful it could be, and that had led us towards at international level, and we got a lot of satisfaction from the clients. So that's what we can say regarding the involvement of the state, and we carry on working so that those exchange points can develop. We have a project for the data center. We need to have the space for that, so that and we can give the infrastructures and all the equipments necessary for that. And we hope to have people coming even from international level, but we need to have a cost that is all right, so that it doesn't cost too much. So the state is working with the World Bank to try and finance this data center. And all operators are, all providers are involved as well. And we are really working to try and developing those exchange points. But the idea is to then be able to develop regional actors within Burkina. And if we have a regional access, maybe we could create other IXPs in other region of Burkina so that they could get all the advantages from peering. We are also working with sub-region like Mali and Niger to try and create a framework where stakeholders could connect to the IXP. So there is a bit of a international action to this IXP. And in terms of transportation, with transport, we are trying to have the cheapest transport possible from one IXP to the Mali one. That's what the governments are doing, and we're really working towards that. And to finish, we want to thank our partners. Isaac is one of them that has allowed our IXP to renew its equipments because they were a bit old from 2015-16. So he really helped. They really helped us a lot. And we are still counting on that partner to help developing peering in Burkina. We also, thanks Google, Facebook, CDN, and many others, the AFIX and African platform for exchange points. Thank you so much for your help. We really learned a lot, and we are so proud to be working on this. And as a member of the government, it was good to be able to work with other countries and put all our experiences together to develop services and infrastructures, especially for this digital sovereignty. You cannot have digital sovereignty if all the data is going through other countries and getting outside, especially for sensitive information. It needs to stay in. So thank you so much for this opportunity that was given to us. And we are available if there are some questions. Thank you very much, Marcel. There was another thing that I wanted to ask, and I'm very happy to see that the Burkina Faso case is like typical. It's just the perfect one. The fact that the government decided not to be involved in the management of and the operational side of the IXP is an excellent example already. I have a double kind of question. We would like to know on the link in Burkina Ouaga, because earlier our friend from Nigeria, Mohammed, was saying that one of the difficulties they have is to have this interconnection internally between the DF and IXPs, because it's really expensive, because it's for transport issue, it's very far. So in Burkina, between Ouaga and Abogo Dioulasso, how is this intercommunication happening? And is there an action of the government to try and help that exchange? And thank you very much for that question. The government has put in place something to help with private peering, and government and state has decided not to get involved in the management of this transit. But the state has helped to deploy internet in people's home. And through that capacity, we can get some experts to help the interconnection. I think, yes, the government might be involved in this. And there's also the question of IXPs in Burkina. The government is happy to open transport possibility towards our IXP if technically this is possible. Is happy to help with that transmission. I hope I've answered the question. Yes, thank you. I think we all know enough to understand what you mean. Milogo, even if he's not a panelist, because he's here, Milogo, in the challenge to get everybody back to the IXP, what kind of strategy did you implement in Burkina to first get everybody together around that IXP? That's my question. Thank you, Serge, and thank you to give me the opportunity to speak. And thank you, Mr. Kibeo, for what you've just said. The approach we had since the beginning was to have two working groups, one that was more legal, looking at all the different stakeholders, so providers, operators, and it allowed them to create a code of conduct, and everybody would adhere to this. And then there was the technical teams that were working on the overall architectures that needed to be implemented. And then it's true that there was a basic group and then things grew from there. But because the text has been redacted by all the different stakeholders, everybody was involved since the beginning of the project. And I think that if there is a lesson to learn from that, is that, as Ghislain was saying, there should be a committee where the different sensitivities are present, and that the documents that are written and adopted by them are representative of all of them. And as Mohammed was saying, there is a governance system that is in place. So you've got the General Assembly where everybody is present, and then there is a board, and there's not one member that has more voice, like more voices than other. And the government is just an observer on that board. They don't have a voting power. So I think that's an open and transparent governance, and everybody knows that there is no locks that have been put in place by anybody, any stakeholders, any person implicated in this project. So the rules we've put in place doesn't close us to local peering, so we can connect to external IXP. It's the same for universities. Everybody can connect to this IXP. So anybody that wants to do local exchange and bring content are happy to do so. So I hope it responds quite clearly to your question. Yes, thank you. Thank you for this explanation. Is Landry here for GABEX, for the Gabon exchange point? Or if Landry is here, could he also tell us he's here? Or Jamix maybe? Landry, are you here? Oh, Landry, you're here. Okay, thank you, Landry. So Landry, I hope you're fine and that your exchange point is working well. We are talking about policies and the question of governance. Could you tell us a bit how things are happening and how things are structured for GABIX? Do you have a leading committee? How does it work? If you don't, what steps are planned to implement something? What challenges are you facing in Gabon? Okay, thank you for giving me the floor. To tell you a bit about GABIX, in terms of governance, GABIX is a groupement d'intérêt économique. So it's mainly private entities, but also a few public ones. In the state CDN, who is the provider that is dealing with the government network. So it's a groupement d'intérêt économique, economic interest group, and we have a General Assembly with the founding members, but also some other members that are doing peering on the exchange point. And we also have a board that is where first members are mainly in. And then we have an executive secretariat, and I am the executive secretary. And this is the model we've chosen, and it was working more or less well since 2014 with the major internet providers connected to the IXP. But since 2009, we've had difficulties coming from how committed the members were. Some of them are disappearing. We have a lot of members that are just not present anymore. If I could say that in this way, they've disappeared. So for the ones that are still here, some of them are not very involved anymore. So nowadays, in terms of networks connected to our IXP, there are 3 of them. So the main challenges, if not the main challenge, is the involvement of the members. We don't really have a strong community that is present here. And in technical terms, our IXP is functioning well. I like the other presentation that we had about the technical aspects of the IXPs. We will carry on working with ISOC because they help us technically. So it is here, it's working. It's just, we're just waiting for clients, for peers to connect onto it. So we are trying to raise awareness on a daily basis here. But the lack of involvement of the members and the fact that we don't have a lot of means either is not helping towards that either. So we are doing to do with what we have, do what we can with what we have. We also have an issue with human resources. I'm almost the only one managing the IXP with one more person that is dealing with the technical aspect, but it's the government that is giving us resources to deal with that IXP. So that's what I can say to talk about the GABIX exchange port that at the beginning was doing quite well, but we have a few challenges that we need to face, and we need to deal on daily basis with. We're trying to raise awareness, talk locally, and we talk with the government as well, who was, the creator of that project, the starting point of that project, to see if we can improve things. So that's what I can say. I don't know if you've got any more questions. I'd be happy to answer them.
Donc, si je comprends bien, le modèle de GABIX, c'est...
So if I understand correctly, the GABIX model is almost like a private commercial exchange point. Or is it only actors who've decided to work together? What I'm not sure I understand, unless I'm mistaken, some other people in the audience might be asking themselves the same questions, is the use. What could be the main reason of this disengagement or this febrility? Because as you said at the start, you had a really good start, but there's been a lack of motivation or loss of motivation. Do you know, what do you think could be the reason behind this? The idea of this meeting is to have this kind of discussion, this feedback, to then maybe give each other solutions or avenues to explore to find solutions. Yes, one major reason to all of this, keeping an exchange point alive is linked to content. One of the criteria used to measure performance is traffic, exchange of traffic at the IXP, content hosted locally and nationally. We don't have much, which means that if today, if I go towards an operator and I tell them to connect at my IXP, even if I tell them, you know, I'll show them, to explain to them that it would be interesting for them to be connected, but reality is that if they connect, they won't see an added value of their connection because there isn't much content in Gabon. So we're trying to raise awareness, especially with local stakeholders, for content to be created. There is some content that is created, but it needs to be hosted locally. We create content, but most of the time this content is hosted on foreign platforms, and therefore we do not see an operator who comes in and sees an added value of being in our IXP. Operators have been discouraged over the years, and there's also a little bit of competition. And so in the ecosystem, you gradually see lack of trust or uncertainty. I think the crux of it is really linked to having locally hosted content. If we have more, then mathematically, it makes sense that more operators would connect because they wouldn't need to use the international relations as much. Thank you very much. I think that the audience has taken note of your answer. If Tumba is here from Chad, then maybe he could take the floor. If not, is Willie with us for Douala X? Willie? Hi, Willie. Hi, Parfait. How are you doing? I'm doing well, thanks. You? Perfect. So, Willie, we're here. We're discussing governance and policies. And so we would like to know if you can tell us a little bit more about Douala X. How have you been managing all of this? Did you find anything interesting in the feedback from Gabon and Gabix, where they notice a lack of engagement, people in Nigeria who are facing different challenges, not interconnection? Would you be able to give us an overview of issues around policies, governance in your area, and what are the challenges Douala X faces? I don't think I'd be able to give a general overview of governance, but I've just arrived, and other panelists, I think, have mentioned in Central Africa the fact that the situation differs from other regions a little bit. There are more regulations that have been implemented, and so they make it difficult for obtaining licenses for operators or other entities. It takes time. Another consequence of this is that then to have your own resources, it takes even more time to get to the IXP. There's also the fact that many entities still don't understand the importance of having their own resources to be able to exchange through an exchange point. You've got the vision of I connect through a transit, and that's what they think of. In terms of states, I think the states, and that's my personal point of view, should have a better policy to encourage entities to, first of all, have exploitation processing licenses, and that these entities have resources not just for service providers, but all operators. You've got banks, universities, the states and regulators need to understand the importance of these organizations who have their own large networks. Governments sometimes have seats in different countries and routes, and I think to get a better national network, we need to be interconnected, and the government needs to be interconnected in an IXP. They have structures in different countries, and we have to imagine that if we interconnected all of these structures through one or more IXPs, then it would add a major player to the scene. So I think we need to keep encouraging all these stakeholders and encourage people to contribute more resources and show the opportunity to interconnect through this IXP. Here, we're trying to raise awareness and explain to people that transit is not the only option. Peering that we've been talking about is another option, and it is an option that has its advantages that have been discussed already all of yesterday and today. So that's what I can say for now. It's quite simple. I don't think I'm the best person to talk all things regulations, but when it comes to Douala X more specifically, it's a relatively young exchange point. The aim, it's a really small IXP in Cameroon. In Cameroon, you've got GAMEX. It's already on site. It's well set up and works well. Douala IX is an alternative and creates this added value, but it's an alternative option. The idea, the most important thing, is to be able to introduce all the things that can be done on top of what we've already got with GAMEX. Douala IX is purely volunteer-based. All the people who contribute do it as volunteers. And so we try and gather good practices. So we're MAN RS compliant. We try and work in IPv4 and 6, and we use different systems. What we really want to do is to have this added value. The most important thing, as one of the participants already said, is that people who can become interconnected will see the advantages in terms of exchanging packages. Often you need to diversify these links, these interconnections, and that is why we have this added value compared to what we already had in Cameroon. That's all I have to say, I think, and I would encourage all operators from different networks to consider not just the idea of transit, but also to think about interconnecting with other networks through the IXP. Fantastic. Thank you, Willie, for this clear, short and rich feedback. I think we will come back to you a little bit later during the Q&A session. Madame Tombe, apologies if I am mispronouncing your name, But if you are with us, would you be able to give us an overview of the situation of JAMEX? It would be my pleasure, Madame Tomboy. Hi, how are you doing? I'm doing well, thank you. You? So I'm Tomboy Ibrahim. I work in the development agency. It's an entity that exists in the context of one of our ministries. When it comes to our IXP, it's an initiative that comes from the state to So it's an initiative from the state to help the ISPs. They do not have enough means to deploy an independent IXP, and therefore the organization invested to interconnect various stakeholders who already had certain ASs. They're connected to this IXP platform. They're connected to PCH to deploy this platform. This was done in 2020, end of 2022, early 2023, I believe. And currently we are in a designing phase, and we're kind of writing up various texts that will regulate the IXP. Initially, we wanted to have this be managed by the organization, but the ISPs were hesitant. They didn't want Politique to manage all of this, so we tried to have a mashup of management. We've seen in Africa and in the sub-region to see how different IXPs are managed, and we decided to use a model that is similar to the one in Gabon. The government, the ISPs, the mobile operators, the content creators all work together to ensure that everyone is reassured and that the IXP can be launched. To date, it hasn't been officially launched just yet. Towards the end of June, I think we are planning on organizing a validation workshop for the different texts that have been produced. And a week after that, early July at the latest, we are planning on launching the IXP officially and giving place to the management committee, the executive committee, to manage the IXP. So that's where we are at with JAMEX. It's operational, it's working. We've got, I think, 11 ISPs who are interconnected, but we're trying to bring on many more. And after a workshop, we're hoping that the remaining ISPs be convinced and see the importance of all of this and connect also to the IXP for it to be officially operational in the coming months. So that's just a brief overview for JAMEX. Fantastic. Thank you very much. So you're saying you picked a model that is similar to GABEX, the Gabon exchange point. We heard from the representative for that exchange point, and he mentioned that there was a problem for lack of engagement by certain members or loss of engagement. Is that something that is similar for you? Could this allow you in the design phase of the baseline documents to improve the situation? Do you think the challenges faced in Gabon are the same as yours? Can you draw from Gabon's experience and apply it to what you are planning on doing? Yes, we can definitely learn from them. The issue around content is a serious one. We need to keep the community engaged and all the stakeholders engaged. We're working with the regulators to try and integrate a clause in the specifications for ISPs and mobile operators to ensure that they are members of the IXP. And we are also trying to see with our partner PCH to see if we could have caches in the IXP so that we can have local content. As it's already been said, I think the most important thing for an IXP is to have locally hosted content. I had already said it earlier, but in the management of our IXP, we're trying to integrate content creation. So we're really trying to have enough content and to have a sufficient number of ISPs who are connected and help us host more content locally so that our IXP can be prosperous. Lives long and prosper. Yes, that's absolutely in our interest. Thank you for coming in and sharing this feedback. You've managed to stay quite clear and brief, so thank you. I'm now going to ask Nico if maybe he can give us an overview on Kinex. With Nico, I think he manages over 3 or 4 IXPs, but maybe Nico, you could give us an overview of the situation in DRC, please. Thank you, Serge, for giving me the floor. Hello, everyone. I think that the experience in DRC is quite specific in the sense that the IXP in Kinshasa called Kinex is one of the IXPs that the association manages. It was initially an initiative by the ISP association, but it was then opened up to all operators and various stakeholders in the peering ecosystem for peering in DRC. We started at that point. The project was initiated by the association, but there's a team who's in charge of managing the IXP and does so independently of all the members of the association. It's a neutral team that communicates with all members and tries to show them the importance of being present on the IXP. It's not an easy feat, but that the team has worked hard. A lot of operators work together. The IXP exists in Kinshasa, in Goma and Atashi. We've got Lubix, and in Goma we've got Gomix, and all these are managed by specific people who are not necessarily operators themselves. So yeah, it's a special experience, I would say. In terms of government relationships, we have relationships with the ministry. We've got them to accept certain things, and certain things we have to re-explain. Other times, sometimes it's easier, sometimes it's harder, but it's to and froing, and we try and support them in our own way, and they support us, and vice versa. We've got one crucial partner, that is ISOC. They have helped us a lot, and along the way we have created other partners aside from ISOC who are part of the international internet ecosystem, and they also provide us with great support. We've got Google, we've got Cloudflare, so that's more in terms of content, obviously, but this means that in terms of the exchange point, there's a lot of prefixes that are available on the IXP, and they attract more operators. On top of that, we try and collaborate with other local stakeholders to try and make their solutions available on the IXP. We refer to these as local CDNs. And we try and encourage locals to host and make their services available locally. We've got, for example, a couple of people who focus on local life, or another person I know who works with video. And so we try and work with various banks also, and we work with the fiscal administration in DRC and see how they can also work with us. We're trying to digitalize administration in our country, so we're trying to see how this can benefit the IXP and how we can work together on these points. We're trying to make sure that people can access the services from any network. Nico, can I interrupt you there? If I understand properly, you've now got a really good buy-in, be it state or private sector actors or universities. I have a question, and that is, how did you manage to convince all these stakeholders? What language, what arguments did you use that led to this massive buy-in from multiple stakeholders? As I said, it wasn't all easy from the start. Initially, we weren't well understood, and we were evangelists, really. We presented the advantages of the IXP. We discussed the benefits of the IXP, and it took us multiple goes. It's an ongoing dialogue. Politicians don't always take decisions for the right reasons. They take the wrong decisions because of ignorance. So you need to explain things thoroughly to them, explain the importance and the advantages of having a community exchange point. I think something like this happened in Burkina Faso. As long as the IXP isn't neutral, some of the actors, especially international ones, will not join. So we used various arguments. We tried to bring these to the stakeholders and explain that it was a community structure and it gathers everyone. And it kind of fits in with the rest of the internet that is a multi-stakeholder place. And I think that it's because we use this means of communication that more and more people bought into the idea in the IXP. Thank you very much, Nico. So to summarize, I think what you're saying is that it was not easy, but it is not impossible either to be able to generate buy-in as long as you are transparent and that you're building trust and that you're developing connections between the various stakeholders. Thank you, Nico. I think Monsieur Leloustre was with us. Olivier, are you with us? Yes, I'm here. Hello, everyone. Fantastic. Hi, Olivier. How are you doing? I'm doing well, thank you. I'm very happy to have you here with us today. I think there were a couple connection issues for Olivier, but let's make the most of his presence today. Olivier, would you please be able to give us an overview on your IXP and specifically focusing on governments, policies, and member buy-in? So we have an extraordinary situation in Cameroon. We're at the opposite of everyone else, I think, even in the world. We're a unique case, as usual. You know, Cameroon, it's a specific place. The state has entirely financed the infrastructure for the internet exchange point via l'Antique, the National Agency for ICTs, over 10 years ago. They gave a procurement of 2 billion. This investment was done via the special funds for telecommunications. The telecommunication agencies, I think, have to pay in 3% of their revenue. And so the state used this fund to fund all of the infrastructure for the IXP. 18 interconnections to interconnect all operators. On the sites in Douala and Yaoundé, we deployed servers, routers. So for over 10 years, we have had this infrastructure in place. So we do not have the same problems as others, in the sense that we are very much official. We were declared as a critical infrastructure during the COVID times, and the ministry said that management of the association and the infrastructure was important and was given. CADEX, I think, was given the reins, and we were considered like a critical infrastructure. In the new licenses for operators, it has also been said that they have to be connected. It's an obligation. We have financing because operators, as I said, by law have to be connected and they have to pay. So we've got 2 or 3 resources that are financed by GAMEX. And the problem we face nowadays is member buy-in. Members do not see the point to an IXP. So we've got a little bit of peering. In terms of local peering, each member exchanges roughly 30 megabytes. In Douala, in Yaoundé, it's a small site. Everyone goes via Douala. So we thought it'd be interesting to focus on Yaoundé. The problem we face at the moment is that members have to be connected, but are not implicated. So we've got this problem, as I said, with member buy-in, and we've also got a few technical issues. We're struggling to be at the right level. And some of our resources are kind of separate, and they're struggling to maintain the IXP. Another problem we are facing is the management of caches, cache management. We've got a cache in Caray, and we're struggling to find the financing, the funds necessary. We're hoping that each member could participate to filling the caches. We've got a little Google cache in Yaoundé. We've got a small one in Canai. We've got 2 Cloudflare caches that we cannot deploy because we're struggling to find someone who will be doing the filling. We need 1 gigabyte. And it's a shame because the total of all these caches could allow us to save 30 to 40 gigabytes on international traffic. The other difficulty is the national operator who sees the caches as competition. The state has understood the point for the IXP. They did add it to the law, as I said, so we're very lucky in that respect in Cameroon, but we are facing certain issues because of the national operators who think that the caches and the IXP are competition because they think we're going to have them lose revenue because we're not using as much international transit. So, and then it's a chain reaction, and there's people who are blocking the expansion of this exchange point. Recently, it happened again a month ago, I think, where the Camtel generation management decided that everything should be brought back to Camtel. So that's just an overview of the situation. If you have any questions, I think maybe I can just answer those. Feel free to ask them. But that's just my overview for Cameroon.
It's really very interesting and to be able to to compare those different exchange points. We noticed that there are needs that can be filled somewhere else sometimes, but there are also political questions and also the commitment of each member and the understanding of the what's at stake, and who has everybody really involved fully, But thank you very much, Olivier. We might not have time for questions, but we'll have feedback and we'll try and have questions that are really targeted towards the panelists. So we have our last panelist to take the floor. It's Mr. Cissé from Mali X. Mr. Cissé, can you tell us a bit what the situation is in Mali and tell us a bit what challenges you are encountering? Hello, everyone. Hello, Cissé. My name is Bekai Cissé. I'm the head of the technical commission of ISOC Mali. By the way, I don't have a lot of details about Mali X. I don't the X Mali X exchange point. I'm here to try and learn more about because I registered for the AFP forum that should take place in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So my question was, is there any disposition for implication of the participants this year? And that's the question I wanted to ask to the president, and he gave me this link to connect, and so I could ask the question here. Okay, thank you, Cissé, for presenting yourself. And on the question you've asked, there are people internally that will be able to get in touch with you and give you more information on this question. But you said that you were dealing with the technical aspects of ISOC in Mali. We would like to know how you collaborate with Mali X. Mali X, if I may allow myself to say so, it's an ISOC product. It's something that was done by the Internet Society in Mali, because ISOC Mali at the beginning, when they started to do the main draft to the financing, it was all ISOC, it was all Internet Society. And the president, the chairman was the focal point, really. He was constantly in contact, in touch with the other members. And currently, there are 3 existing Manitel, Orange, and another one. So 3 internet access providers. That's for the phone ones, phone providers. These are the 3 providers, and there are about 5 providers that are connected on the Orange, Telecel, and Afibon, and Comstat, sorry. Thank you, Cissé, for this. I think we've got a good overview. Thank you to all the other participants. We can try and summarize a bit all the different presentations. We had Nigeria that presented. We had a representative from the ministry in telecommunication in Burkina Faso. We exchanged with GABEX, also with people from the Douala exchange point. We had our sister from Chad who also took the floor. We spoke with the DCR with this very interesting shared experience, and we also talked with Mr. Leloustre, who also shared his experience. So we will now give the floor to everybody. If you've got question, I think Nadej Inoda has put her hand up. Nadej Inoda, if you want to take the floor, you can, and you can also ask your question in the chat. Madam Nadej, you've raised your hand. Are there any more people that want to ask questions? Do we have any questions? Any comments? Hello. Do we have any questions or comments? Can anybody hear me? And I've got no, we can hear you. We can hear you fine. Okay. Then I suppose that there is no questions. There are no questions. Could Nadej write her question in the Q&A? That's what I asked her, but she... Nadej, could you ask her question in the Q&A? Is she listening to us? Wait. Oh, if she wants to speak, she needs to light her mic on. But it would be better if she could ask her question in the Q&A. I think that's... I've told her she could speak if she wanted. All right, all right. Nadej, could you take the floor? Your mic is not on, Nadej. All right. All right, Ghislain. I think she will. Sorry, it's Nico. I'm sorry. I think she will write in the chat. She's struggling with her access to her mic. Okay. But in the meanwhile, if we have 2 more minutes, we have comments. We had a great panorama from Nigeria, RDC, Chad, a very good presentation of the region. Do we have any more comments or questions? Yes, Sylvain. Yes, go ahead. Thank you. I would just like to know, the managers of IXPs, there was a question that was asked. There was a difficulty that was mentioned yesterday. I wanted to know, do IXPs managers, how do they update the members? Is there a follow-up system? And also the policy of information regarding traffic. Can they tell us a bit more about that? And there's another question as well. I would like to ask them to fill in the self-assessment document that was presented before by the Internet Society by Ghislain. it's exactly the people that have taken the floor that should be able to fill in that self-assessment. We need to have enough data to really support you. And there is one thing I would like to recommend as well, is until we get more resources to be able to pay staff, if we could at least find students, volunteers in universities that could be introduced to the technical aspects of IXPs. So that would give us a bit of people that would be able to help while they are doing their own training. And it would, until the exchange points are producing their own resources, at least those exchange points will just carry on in the meanwhile. Thank you, Sylvain. I think one could answer that question, on the question of monitoring of those exchange points. Maybe Nico or someone else could quickly answer that. I don't think I've got any panelists left. Hello. Yes, Landry, go ahead. Yes. Yes, to answer the question on giving information on the traffic, and for GABIX, we've got website. I agree, it's not updated very regularly because we've got lack of resources. And this question of resources is always coming up because the human resources are essential. We can't have one person doing everything. So we do publish information. Our numbers are available on the website because we have someone doing monitoring and updating graphs regularly. But Sylvain was mentioning to look towards universities and see if we could work with students. Yes, often it depends a bit on the context. Students sometimes they are available, but they are struggling to come all the way for transport issues. So you need to have at least a bit of money to pay for transportation so they come all the way to us. And one of the difficulties that we have as well is that we can work with someone now, and if he's not available anymore and he leaves, and the little experience that he had, we lose it, and then we have to get somebody else in. So these are questions we might want to ask ourselves as well when we want to explore the student path, you know. Yes, well, thank you very much, Landry, for answering that. I think it's very true, and we get resources and then we lose them, but it's the community that wins at the end. As long as the actors are staying within the community, I think it's still a good thing, you know. We came to the end of this panel, and I would like to thank all the panelists and all the participants in this exchange. It's true that there were quite a lot of people participating in this panel, and we don't have much time to say much, but we will tell the organizers that we need to have a way to exchange, at least on a forum, something to be able to keep the discussions, and that we don't wait another year to talk to each other. Thank you to everybody, and have a good afternoon. You all, thank you very much. I give the floor back to the overall moderator, to Ghislain. Yes, thank you very much, Serge. Thank you for this beautiful, good session. I hope you can hear me. Yeah, we can hear you, Gina. Thank you very much, Serge. Thank you, all panelists. Thank you, this sharing of experience. I think we've learned a lot, and I think our ecosystems will allow us to be developing for the good of all the population we are serving. So we will take a break for an hour, and we are coming back within an hour for our last session, where we'll have a quick presentation, lightning talks, and we will then be able to conclude this around 14:45 universal time. So have a good meal and see you all after lunch. Thank you. See you later.
Afro, whoa. Yalala, 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 yalala. Yalela, 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 yalela. Afro, Afro. Whoa. Yalela, 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 yalela. Yalela, 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 yalela. Afro, Afro, whoa. Yalela, 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 yalela. Yalela, 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 yalela. Afro, Afro, whoa. Yalela, 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 yalela. Yalela, 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 yalela. Afro, Afro, whoa. Yalela, 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 yalela. Yalela, 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 yalela. Afro, Afro, whoa. Yalela, 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 ya. Yalela, 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 yalela. Afro, Afro, whoa. Yala, 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 yala. Yala, 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 yala. Yala, 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 yala. Afro, Afro, whoa. Yalela, 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 ya. Yalela, 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 yalela.
Sylvain, tu m'entends? Hello Sylvain, tu m'entends?
Oui, oui, très bien, Ghislain.
D'accord. On est prêt pour la dernière ligne droite?
Ouais, tout à fait. Je pense que
D'accord.
la session suivante, on peut la lancer dès que vous êtes prêts. Merci.
D'accord. Jean-Baptiste a demandé de passer en premier parce qu'il a une obligation. Donc, il a deux présentations qu'il va faire rapidement.
D'accord, merci. Bon, je
Merci.
retrouve juste la fiche là.
D'accord. Merci. Monsieur Yannick, vous m'entendez?
Oui, je vous entends très bien. Bonjour à tous.
Bonjour, Monsieur Yannick. Comment vous allez?
Ça va bien. Je vous ai suivi un peu on and off au milieu de plusieurs choses à la fois, mais ne sommes pas.
D'accord. Est-ce que vous avez une présentation ou bien vous allez juste échanger à
Oui,
partir
oui.
de...
Oui. Alors, est-ce que j'aurai la possibilité de partager mon écran? Parce que j'ai une petite présentation.
D'accord. Je pense que vous pouvez. Est-ce que vous pouvez essayer de la lancer pour voir maintenant?
OK, un instant. Euh, alors, est-ce que...
Là, oui, on voit, je vois. Mais vous êtes en train de choisir, en fait. Vous avez partagé tout l'écran.
Ah oui.
Mettez en mode présentation. Mettez en mode présentation. Voilà. C'est parfait. C'est bon.
Yeah.
OK. C'est bon.
Ok. JB, tu es là?
JB n'est pas encore là.
Ah, d'accord. On commence à 15, c'est ça?
Oui.
D'accord. Ok,
Donc, on
merci.
commence avec moi ou bien on commence avec qui?
On va commencer par
Jean-Baptiste.
Jean-Baptiste.
OK, d'accord.
Et puis, vous pourrez suivre.
Ça marche.
Mon background ne passe pas. Quand j'introduis le background, ça coupe ma vidéo. Donc, je dois faire un choix.
Mathilde, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Très bien. Merci.
Canal en anglais, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Testing 1 2 1 2. Can everyone hear us?
Perfect. Canal français. Merci
T'entendons.
beaucoup. Merci à tous. Merci à tous.
Thank
pour
you,
cette
everyone,
dernière session que
for
nous allons
this
commencer
final session that we are about to embark on.
Alors, pour cette dernière session,
For this final session,
nous allons inviter
we will be inviting today's moderator, Sylvain,
afin qu'il puisse
who
cette
will
session avec
moderate
tous les
the
autres
session
intervenants
with all the
qui sont
various
déjà là.
speakers who are already present
On va
with us
commencer. Merci
today.
pour votre attention.
Thank you for your attention, thank you for your participation. And Sylvain, I give you the floor. Thank you, Ghislain. We are now at our last session, session number 6, on day 2 of the 5th edition of the Central African Peering Forum. Welcome to all. Thank you for coming back. And thank you to the newcomers. I'm Sylvain Baya. I am the co-president with Chancel, who I think is in the audience today. So we are both co-chairs of the steering committee for the Central African Peering Forum. This session that I am about to moderate gives the floor to local stakeholders, local players of our sub-region, to be able to give us a brief overview of various aspects related or topics related to incidents, situations, salient points that we should be aware of. Among our panelists today, I have Jean-Baptiste Milogo, Cédric Met, Koudia, and Amrish Foka. So 4 panelists. I know that they have a lot to say, as they all have their own expertise. So I'm going to start by giving the floor to Jean-Baptiste, who will give us his presentation. He can introduce himself and then we'll start us off. If you have any slides, Jean-Baptiste, feel free to put them on the screen. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sylvain. Thank you to all our attendees today, wherever you are joining us from. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak during this final session of the day. And today I want to tell you about a recurring topic. I don't know if you can see my slides yet. Yes, we can see them. Let me try and put it in presenter mode. You should be seeing my slides now. We're seeing a screen with the slides and all the slides and the next slides. Now that should be better. Apologies again. Thank you very much. So as I was saying, thank you for giving me this opportunity to discuss the 50-50 vision. It's something that we're trying to put forward and defend in these last few years as the Internet Society, but also with all our community. I'm Jean-Baptiste Milogo. I'm the director in charge of technology development for the Internet. I work with the Internet Society. And the aim of my presentation is to explain why we want to work to maintain 50% of the traffic at the local level and exchange with you on the various stakeholders who need to contribute and work together to reach this goal. But I also want to take this as an opportunity to prevent tendencies that we have identified, trends that are emerging, tools that we are implementing to reach our 50-50 vision. It's similar to what was being said yesterday during the discussion around the topic of measurements. We want to try and map the various countries where you are and the situation in each country. So the 50-50 vision is an ambitious plan to work to maintain half of the traffic of a country in that country. Obviously, we cannot work in all countries at the same time. Some countries in which we are working, there are countries who have asked for support or help with equipment to maintain IXPs. There are some countries that we supported through some of our programs, the cash field program, a few years ago. So we're working with those economies, and our ambition from the start was to see if by 2025, in a year's time, we could get to the 50-50 vision in those countries to start with. Once we've reached that objective to have a better quality for internet services in a country, we then want to be able to focus on data and have the data be closer to the end user. In discussions that we've been having since yesterday, there have been mentions of IXPs, of measurements, and in the various presentations and comments, I think Kudia said that today, beyond technical aspects, where there's a critical mass of engineers who can provide support, we also need support on the political front, so that together we may provide a quality internet. And in the context of this 50-50 vision, there are three stakeholders, players who have a role to play. First of all, there's technical communities, because obviously the community needs to work in synergy so that there are more exchanges of knowledge. For example, network operator groups, the NOGs, NOGs. So we need to have a community that focuses on exchanges amongst countries and within countries. And we can then organize events at every level: continental, regional, national, local. So towards the end of my presentation, I will be inviting you to other events, some in Central Africa, some in other regions. Beyond organization, for our technical communities, there's also a large share where we need support of political policymakers, political deciders, because obviously they are the ones who can create a market in which all of this can be welcomed. We need discussions around regulations, because certain regulations can support this 50-50 vision and streamline regulatory processes. Finally, the end users, the members of the Internet Society, be they individual members, chapters, companies, they all have a role to play, because they can train people, they can do some advocacy in this whole area and defend peering in their communities, which means a strong peering community and better transparent management. As I was saying, when it comes to policymakers, they need to create a favorable environment, an environment that is favorable to interconnection. And that should be done through regulatory and policy frameworks. These frameworks need to allow local actors to be able to provide a quality service. When it comes to regulations, we also need laws that allow positive competition, if I may say. It's not a question only of access. Access needs to be possible, but the institutional support needs to be present also. Services need to be available, and for example, we do not want to have issues around licensing that would be restricting access for certain communities. So I think in terms of regulations, all these different points need to be taken into account. In other cases, there needs to be a review of current fiscal systems. Certain texts, certain laws in our economies were put in place years ago, and they are not favorable to the development of a digital era. So these discussions need to happen. And finally, I think we need to develop a trend that favors local or international investments. We need to encourage to develop local content, as because it has been said for the last 2 days, the exchange point as a crossroads to exchange local traffic needs to have this local content. We need a policy that supports this local content. We also believe that we need to succeed in suppressing obstacles to the growth and success of IXPs. We have seen countries who have many landing stations and yet face difficulties when it comes to having a proper peering economy that is developing efficiently. I think many actions need to be taken to ensure that these interconnections are a success. The cost of transport must not be an obstacle to the connection to an IXP. I think there needs to be a natural collaboration. All the stakeholders, actors, these players need to understand they are not in a direct competition. We need to kind of understand this whole ecosystem and this economy around peering. People need to seize this opportunity, and all initiatives for digital transformation of a country and facilitation of access are the goal. These platforms are useful for citizens, and therefore this is something we need to achieve. Beyond countries, I think we need to have a regional and continental regulation that covers multiple countries to make sure that cross-border collaboration can happen more easily. Consortiums can come out of this, and this could boost the development of these ecosystems. We saw that there were some obstacles around traffic in multiple countries, and one of the solutions that was used by some operators was to see how they could use the various routes, the internal circuits, and then use the other options. Any initiative can be good if it plans to improve the cross-border interconnection. This interconnection will then in turn support local content, and then in turn will mean more local traffic. We also think that we need to have more than one IXP. We need to go beyond this basic concept. Originally, we used to say there's one IXP, you shouldn't have a second one. We need to go beyond this now. I think you have to bear in mind the size of a country. You've got, for example, in DRC, where you've got 3 IXPs, but if you compare the 3 IXPs to the size and the population of the country, I think there's still efforts to be made. we need to be more open, we need more synergies among stakeholders to be able to deploy more IXPs and to create these favorable conditions to prosperity and development. Wherein there are new players that enter the field, we also need to create a situation that won't block the exploitation of former IXPs or community IXP models. We need to create frameworks where all the new stakeholders can help each other and work together. Because I think this, in the long run, will be beneficial on the digital ecosystem. Beyond all these initiatives and these actions, I think that we need to bear in mind these data centers we mentioned. These data centers need to not be victims of difficulties, challenges in access to electricity, for example. I think Ghislain mentioned it and said there were mentions of this in the previous session. We all want access and to keep our critical data in the country. So I think we need to work on data centers and ensure that the data centers can be operational data centers, and that in the long run. So on this slide, I wanted to highlight the fact that today we should work to support countries and help them evolve towards an interesting ratio, at least half of their traffic locally. And obviously, we used a methodology. In the last session yesterday, Amrish told us about the measurement tool, the tool for measuring the internet that the Internet Society created. He covered several indicators and presented parameters that are used and explained how difficult it is to quantify certain points. Indicators cannot always reflect real data. So we also need to be able to distinguish between different types of traffic. There's local, regional, international traffic. And finally, we also need to have sensors, detectors, be they physical or different types of data that other organizations collect that would then be accessible so that we can run analyses. Once we've compiled all these elements that are available, we can present the situation of a country, as you can see on the screen now. So in Africa, for example, you've got Sudan, Congo, RDC, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Malawi, Morocco. So these were pilot countries that were already part of some of our programs. It is difficult to work in 54 countries and run a study for a proof of concept. So these countries are the ones we started with. But beyond that, all the different countries where data is available, we just need to be able to access them and analyze them in the same way Amrish was presenting yesterday. As he said, the data presented, the proportion of data here, as you can see, for example, in Malawi, you can see that they go beyond 50 or 100, but then there are quite a few countries, like Madagascar, for example, who are below the threshold. There's no functional IXP, but measurements are being done by taking that into account. So the idea here is to signal the community and tell them, contribute, work with Pulse. You can see the email address on the screen there, pulse@isoc.org. Please try and share remarks, feedback, if you think the data is wrong. If you have a community who wants to contribute, see how you can do that, or go onto the Pulse platform and check it out, see if the data that is presented in the way Amrish was presenting yesterday corresponds to what you have on your end or what you have noticed. And then eventually this means we could run an analysis and have reliable information on that dashboard. As you can see here, there's more efforts to be done. But I think that's a mission for each and every one of us. And it's the same as was being said this morning. A lot is at stake, and so we need to keep working to ensure that the infrastructure in the countries is operational. So here you compare the pilot countries with other countries in Asia in the middle of the slide. They don't face all the exact same problems. In Asia, there are countries who have not reached the 50-50 threshold. And then we've got a couple of countries in Latin America, Bolivia, Argentina, and Brazil, and you can see where they are at also. What has been done in different places, and it has been done through the help of all the stakeholders, technical stakeholders, the states, and the locals in the community. It's something we should aim to do also. We could then manage to reduce financial burdens also. Beyond this program that we're trying to defend, we also try and have different forums. We organize this forum every year, but we have other forums, physical meetups. This year, in the coming month, in June, we will have the West Africa Peering Forum happening in Abidjan in person. If your agenda allows it, or if you are in Abidjan, we would cordially invite you to come. Please write this date into your agenda. This forum will allow for discussions about West Africa in the same way we're doing today about Central Africa. And then we've also talked about Kinshasa, Congo, and IXPs. And so the African Peering and Interconnection Forum is happening late August in Kinshasa. And it will be an opportunity to discuss these issues on a local and African level. It will be an opportunity for people to meet and exchange on all these different topics. So I would invite you to write down these 2 dates, and we will possibly see you in Abidjan and then in Kinshasa late August. That is all I wanted to say for the 2020 vision. There are efforts that are being made, but obviously we've not reached all the results that we want to just yet. The elements on which these countries work with all the different actors we've mentioned, well, then the same mechanism should be done in other countries who weren't part of our pilot phase. We need to measure your data, and then we need to focus on the technical community aspects, the state aspect, the regulatory aspects, and where the community is at itself. I think I will stay here, stop here, and if you have any questions, please ask them. Thank you again for the opportunity to present today. Thank you, Jean-Baptiste, for that presentation. I have taken note of your call to all the sub-region players, and especially the semi-economic zone. For those who weren't implicated yet into the data, please get in touch with the ISOC team in charge of this evaluation of the IXPs to be able to give us accurate data. Thank you also for the rest of the presentation, which I'm not going to attempt to summarize as we are quite short on time. Thank you again. If there are any questions, please ask them. We may start with 2 questions just now because Jean-Baptiste will not be able to stay with us for long. So does anyone have a question for Jean-Baptiste? I don't see any raised hands. Very well. Thank you very much. Jean-Baptiste, thank you. Best of luck. We will now move to the next panelist. I'm going to give the floor to maybe let me introduce a fourth speaker who I had not mentioned, Yannick Sukaku, who's the General Director for the Raxio Data Center in DRC. Welcome, Yannick. I may give you the floor a bit later, but for now, I'm going to give the floor to Cédric Bayet. Hi, I will let you introduce yourself, and I will let him tell us about the topic he has chosen. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Sylvain. Hello, everyone. Cédric Bayet. I come from Afrique. I am a stakeholder development for Afrique and a member of the steering committee for the CAPF. I'm very glad to be here and to be given to be witness to this very insightful session with all of us here today. I'm going to switch to French. Apologies, I'm just going to move to the French channel as I am speaking French, and I will be speaking French for my presentation. So today I will be telling you about a very interesting topic. It is something that's at the heart of Afrique, and that is IP addresses. Let me share my screen. I hope that you can now see my slides. Fantastic. So the topic I wanted to tell you about today is Internet number resources, what we call in English Internet number resources and IXPs. First of all, I wanted to give you a brief overview of IP addresses and the number of IPv4 addresses that were allocated today, or have been up to today, by the RIRs, the regional internet registries. You can see that Afrique has received 7.23/8. Aril has received 99.16, Apenic 53.08, RIPE 49.87, and LACNIC 11.33. So as you know, there are 256/8s when it comes to IPv4. So this is a repetition of not only what has been given directly to the organizations, what we call the legacy resources, and those that have been given directly by the RIRs. Out of all these spaces that we have seen, what is available in terms of our RIRs, we've got Apenic, who's got 0.14 of a /8 that is available, and Afrique only has 0.068 of a /8 that's available. So what we will now see in detail is what that means for Afrique.
68/8, ça représente 1
68.8, and that represents 1,118,790 addresses. But what you need to take into account as well is that we have 2,263 members in the different organizations, and there are 1,249 people that have an IPv6 allocation. Among those members, there are 435,286 that are on /24S, and I'll give you more details on that. We've got 2,412 that ASN that have been allocated. For this presentation, we'll focus on the SEMA region, Central Africa region, and we'll see questions are specific to this region. First, we have the number of members in Central Africa. We've got 107 organizations that are members of the in Central Africa. When we're talking about members organization, they're not people as such, they're moral entities. So they can be businesses, they can be universities, networks of education and research, organization, and so on. Any organization that is legally constituted and wants internet resources. And as you can see, there are two types of members that will define the end users, and there are 21 end users, and the LIRs that are usually ISPs. Why? Because they do under sub-allocation. They just receive allocation and then they sell them. And on the right-hand side, you can see a pie. And on there, you can see how it's split in terms of percentage. So the highest percentage is for internet access providers, which is at slightly above 56%, and then there are telecommunication providers, very specific telecommunication ones that are 7%, banks are 3%, and then all other entities have been together and reach around 30%. It can be universities, it can be companies, it can be education and research networks, and so on. And they make a total of around 32%. And then we'll see another topic that is interesting for us is the IPv6. In Central Africa, what does it mean? Is 61 allocation in /32. It's 15 for end users and 49 for LIRs. And as you can see on the graph, a big share is going to ISPs again. And we also have telecoms that are at 8%, 6% for fixed line operators. So yeah, like landline. And then the governments are starting to appear here. They've got about 5%, and then 1%, 11% for the rest for others. What's interesting to notice here is that there is a real will of the governments to really push for the adoption of IPv6. There is a real positive point for them, for people to use IPv6, for it to be implemented in their country. The members that only use IPv4 for their countries. So 49 and 1 for the entire region, 56 for end users, and 444 for LIR. And now you see on the right-hand side that now it's in terms of size this time. So for Central Africa, more 50% are at /22, /24 are at 18%, and 19 are at 8%, even have 20 and 21 that are around 5%, 21 as well, and a few 23 that are around 8%, there are 5% as well. So that's to show you that there are organizations that are fairly big that are in Central Africa. Also on IPv4, but this time it's classified by group. So you can see here, I wanted to show you in terms of IPv4 prefix, you can see that the majority will have a 102, sometimes 41 point dot something, 154. So you can see that there's a very varied landscape in terms of IPv4 addresses in Central Africa. Now for ASN, we have 118 total ASN for the region, 30 for end users, 87 for LIR, and we also now have the difference between the the 2-byte ASNs and the 4-byte ASNs. So we see there are 42 that are 2-byte and 76 that are 4-byte. The difference for the ones that don't really know that kind of thing is that right at the beginning, ASNs were coded on 2 bytes. So it was a reduced size because you couldn't go above a certain level. But to try and sort this out, there was a new standards that was developed to now code ASNs on 4 bytes and therefore have a wider range for ASN. So now for the spread between two, the majority are ISPs and then NGOs, non-for-profit. And here we also have IXPs, because a lot of IXPs are considered like not-for-profit organization. This is a positive thing for these organizations. We have telecommunication operators, we have regulation agencies that are about 6% as well, and so on and so forth. And another thing that I want to mention is that, to go back to the topic of how important it is to have these resources, is digital transformation. Jean-Baptiste mentioned in his presentation, it become something extremely important, and all organizations mention it. And nowadays, we cannot have digital transformation without internet, which means that we will need digital resources online. So IP addresses, ASNs, you will need them if you want to transform, to do the digital transformation, because digital transformation includes this, to have resources available online in a digital form, even though that's not only that. And if you really want to govern your digital transformation, if you want to be the person that will drive this digital transformation, the best for you is to have your own internet number resources and to not be depending on another organization for your digital transformation. So there are still resources that are here. There are still IPv4 addresses. If in your country you've not opened IPv6, there are ASNs, there are IPv6 addresses, they are far enough. And what you need to remember with IPv6 addresses as well is that the way the CPM works, IPv6 addresses are allocated freely. So if an Afrique member is asking for an IPv6 allocation, he will receive it without having to pay anything. And to finish, I wanted to speak about internet exchange points. We are supporting IXPs in Afrique because we consider them as being a critical infrastructure for internet. So by our policy, our consolidated manual, the CPM, any people that or any entity that will receive help if they are eligible. So if you want to implement an IXP, and as long as it follows the standards that are fixed by our CPM, then you can get access to those resources without any cost, freely, for the IXP. So I have put what has been reserved, you see, and there are resources that are reserved now dedicated to that. So please come, get in touch with us, and we can help you. And last thing to finish is that Afrique can help IXPs not only by giving internet resources, we can support development of critical infrastructures. So we've helped a few IXPs via partnership. This morning, Chancel was mentioning the IPCH, which is in Congo. That was given through an Afrique and PCH partnership. So these are things that Afrique can do. And we have also want to support the development of communities, because an IXP is a technical aspects, but it's also a community. And if you don't have that community to make that IXP live, there are great risks that your IXP is going to encounter a lot of difficulties. We also have a Benitast program, so we can put resources in place for the IXPs. We also have a DNS support program to have a copy of root servers. And we have another important element, which is training. We have an online training platform, and we also do a help desk. So we help IXPs or community of IXPs with the implementation of IPv6, routing, internet registers, RPKVs, and stuff like that. So thank you very much for your attention. I'm giving the floor back to the moderator. Thank you very much, Cedric. Thank you for this very interesting presentation. You give us the opportunity to notice we see that Afrique has difficulties sometimes, but the staff on the ground is still very much determined to contribute to the that ecosystem in Africa, and especially in Central Africa. You said 118 autonomous systems, 87 allocated to audio, to local, LIR, local internet registers. So you remind people that the help desk is helping, there are resources that are available, and it's dedicated to IXPs. And you also reminding us that there are resources for internet numbers that are available because the Consolidated Policy Manual, CPN, has saved up some IPv4 and IPv6 addresses and autonomous system numbers. So thank you very much for your presentation. You can carry on putting your questions in the chat. We'll now move to the next panelist, and I'll give the floor. Give me a minute to Mr. Yannick Soupakounou, who is the head general director of the Aperçu Data Center in Democratic Republic of Congo. Mr. Yannick, I think you should open your mic. Yes. Yes, my mic is open. Welcome, Yannick. Thank you very much, and thank you to the entire community. Thank you to the Internet Society for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to be part of this event, which is a starting point towards what's coming up next, which is the Africa Peering Forum that will take place, as we said, in Kinshasa. In the meanwhile, I want to check whether you can see my screen. Yes, we can. It's a great opportunity for us to be able to take part in this meeting. And I would like to go back on the different elements that have been mentioned since yesterday and also for today, and especially the question of activities and what we do across the continent. And there is a word that came back amongst different presentation and intervention is one of the main challenges for the development of the ecosystem over the continent, and it's infrastructure challenges. Infrastructure on which are based all those ideas and those projects for digitalization and internet penetration and the entire chain value chain for final users. And us, as Aperçu Data Center, we are an operator that is really working on physical infrastructure because we have like data centers. There are many questions nowadays, even for peering with IXPs. It's almost the same realities in Africa. All the questions are in like energy providing and communication and transportation through the different cities, especially in a context like I was in the DRC, which is almost a continent. It's such a huge country. So to go from one point to another is something very complicated with everything that it can mean. So having viable and sustainable resources to be able to develop the ecosystem is a major challenge. And we work on a daily basis to help with the activity we do all over the continent, because we work with providers that are working mainly in Africa, where we develop data centers. We have 3 minimum, and we need 3 providers, and then we commercialize our data center by a system of co-location and sharing. So I will give you more details, more numbers throughout my presentation, but before I go any further, you need to understand the reality of things currently in Africa and the gap that we need to fill in terms of demand. and the offer that is happening currently. We have the youngest population in the world on the planet, you know, and they have a capacity to adopt new technologies very rapidly. Africa is very well known for its resilience, not only in the technology world, but also, I don't know, with COVID, for instance, or telecommunication obsolescence, and the adoption of new mobile phones. We have a tendency to catch up very quickly, and we're very resilient. So when we look at these ERC, currently there are about 100 million inhabitants, very young people, around between 25 and 30 years old on average. And the penetration ratio of mobile phones is only 40%. And internet penetration rate is only around 20%. I don't know the numbers by heart. I think that was last semester of last year. We were around 20-25% of penetration rate for internet. So it shows the potential for coverage, but also how we can bring the service all the way to the consumers, even though that means a lot of logistics, and there is also that's one issue, even though there's also the question of being able to pay for it, but that's something else. There are different projects that are in place, and they show quite positive signals in terms that there is a development of technology and digitization of the continent. There are some initiatives that are coming from states. There's a tendency to talk about the sovereignty of data that can be seen through different angles, but show the possibility to exchange local content. And so that local data can stay locally, and that can promote exchanges and content locally. And with the potential that we have locally, we can see that there is a potential for the economy behind as well. In DRC, we had a communication a few months back about that the publication of the Telecommunication Act, and but there are also projects. So there are new undersea cables that are coming in. We've heard about Guyana as well on the west part of the continent, and on other countries in the continent, a few different projects, and there are also internal projects. So backbones sometimes, or metropolitan buckles, and those connections would connect the country from east to west, east to west, or north to south. That gives you a bit of an overview of what's happening in the country, but there are still consortiums and public-private partnership that are trying to raise to these challenges and trying to help so that the continent can be ready for the future. And this ratio doesn't lag behind, ratio doesn't lag behind. We have a vision that is in line with this reality. And we believe that there is a real potential in Africa, and that we need to create the basics from which we will be able to grow, so that the ecosystem can be implemented and it will be able to develop and grow from there. So this is what we are talking about so far, but if we want to talk about ratio, Raxio, it's a Pan-African company, works not only on the African continent, and the main investors are the investment fund ROA, which is ROHA, that is American, and Meridian, which is a medical investment fund that works mainly in Africa, in Ethiopia, and other places. And they got together in 2018 to create the Raxio company that wants to be a Pan-African company and that offers collocation services in Africa. So this is the map of our... Yes, Mr. Yannick? Mr. Yannick, can you hear me? Yes, yes, I hear you, Sylvain. Could you please, you only have 2 more minutes to speak, so we have enough time for question. If you still have a lot of slides to present, I can give you 3 minutes, but please be quick. Okay, I'll try to not go into details and to present quickly. So thank you, Sylvain, for that. So we have the map of our presence in Africa. We are in all the countries that you can see on the map. Some of them we are already operational in Uganda and Ethiopia, where the data centers are already working. But in 2024 will be a year for new things, and with new sites like the one in Kinshasa, in Abidjan, in Mozambique, and next year in Angola and Tanzania. I will pass on the definitions. I think that everybody understands this co-location data centers and this idea of neutrality compared to internet access providers and service providers. It's only a physical space with the cooling and power and energy and all those protocols that you need to put in place, and controlled access to the infrastructure. So the reasons why you can choose the Raxio data centers, that's all the services we can offer. I don't think I will go into detail for this rack space. It's a co-location, physical co-location. So the servers as themselves are coming from the clients and are installed depending on the needs of each client. So here are the different products that we can offer. To summarize a bit what I said, we are a data center, and we are one of the we are a part of the value chain, and because we want to to connect the ISPs, and on the other side the connectivity with backbone on one side, and metro ring or ASPs on the other side, or mobile operators, different sectors of the country economy. But IXPs as well, because we want to make the IXPs viable. We want to increase lap time in the exchange IXPs to improve the connectivity at the continental level. So that's our vision. We want to get everybody together and work together with an infrastructure that is sustainable and can help to the development of our continent. And our vision for DRC, for instance, in the next 3-4 years. We would like to do 4 and 5 in Kinshasa and more in other countries. We'd like by 2030 to have 2 to 3 data centers in the countries where we are present, and to have reached 2 more countries at least. That's our objectives. So this is what we do here in Raxio, what we offer, and the way we work with IXPs. We are contributing to peering. So I'm welcoming your question. Thank you very much, Mr. Yannick. Thank you for talking to your service and your vision of localization of content in Africa, and in particular in Central Africa. We'll take a few questions in the chat. Dans le chat, there are a few questions. We can read them out and see who can answer them. Maybe some other questions might be popping up. So we have Mr. Enoch from Rwanda, who Enoch Luanda, sorry, says, is there a link between IP allocation and local content? So that's the question from Enoch Luanda. We have another question from Davina Mputu, who says, what are the conditions and the process to have an Afrique node on one IXP? So I think Cedric is happy to answer Enoch's question, and then or on the Afrique node, and then we'll try to answer Davina's question. Okay, thank you. Cédric.
Alors, merci beaucoup. Désolé, mon micro était
Thank you very much for your question. Apologies, I'd forgotten to turn my microphone on, says Cédric. So thank you for those questions. The question is there a link between the allocation of IP addresses and local content? Yes, absolutely. There is a very strong link between the two. Today, your content can only be localized if you have IP addresses. So if you want to host content at the local level, you need IP addresses for your content to be visible. You cannot use private IP addresses, so 10 point something, 192 dot something, 72 and such. We would not recommend the use of those. And why? Well, because on the one hand, you will need to manipulate the network a lot to ensure that your content is accessible. And on the other hand, you will also be making your network much more vulnerable. If you use this IP address that is shared with all services, you are making this IP address public, and if someone attacks that service, they're attacking the entire network behind it. So yes, there is a link between those two elements, and if you want your local content to be available, you need to have IP addresses that are allocated, be it IPv4 or IPv6, and obviously ASNs if you want multi-roaming. So what's multi-roaming? Well, that's when you use multiple connections to connect and have access to your resources. So this could be internet connections with ISPs or with the exchange point. Sylvain, I may also answer the second question if you'll allow me. Davina is asking, what are the conditions and processes to have an Afrique node in an IXP? That's very simple. you contact us, I will give you the address engagement.afrinique@afrinique.net, and I will post it in the chat. You can just send us an email, and depending on what you're seeking, be it a copy of a root server or different programs, we can then go into detail with you. All these programs are available for the community to use without additional fees. So Afrinique would cover all those fees when you access the different programs. So please feel free to contact us and using the email address that has been posted in the chat. And at that point in time, we will give you further details depending on the program that is of interest to you. I will also be sharing a link to some of our programs in the chat, and I hope that will give you a better overview of the options. Thank you very much, Cédric. I don't think you're going to be able to leave just yet. I think there are a few more questions in the chat. I will read them out to you. The first question is, these questions are from Camery. What are the conditions to fulfill for an IXP to benefit of resources with Afrinique? What are the conditions that need to be met? Could you answer that one, please? Yes, of course. Thank you, Camery, for that question. So when you are an IXP and you want to benefit from resources, first of all, you need to be able to show that this IXP is a legally registered entity or is hosted by a legally registered entity. So you need some documentation such as a certificate to prove that you are registered with the government. You would need to provide ID documents, identification for the people who are managing. These need to be valid documents. You need proof of physical presence. We need proof that this IXP is physically located in this specific place. This would be probably an invoice for electricity or an invoice for water supply. Invoices for ISPs are not valid because they are very virtual. You will need to sign the RSA contract with Afrinique, and you would also need to provide an agreement protocol with 3 potential participants for the IXP. Following that, you would need to provide other elements, such as an addressing plan for the IXP, proof that the IXP has or will have a website. So just to show that the process has been started for the IXP, and this will then allow the process to be started so that the IXP becomes a member organization with Afrinique. Thank you very much, Cédric, for that reply. I see another question from Monsieur Enoch. Monsieur Yannick, I would like to know what can a regular citizen do oh, thank you, Cédric. So I think it's a question for Yannick.
S'il vous plaît, Ghislain, j'ai pas suivi.
Apologies, Sylvain. You didn't finish your question. I didn't hear you. So the question was, how can a regular citizen host their server on a root server? So you just need to contact us. All the contact details on our website, info@rexurgroup.com. You just need to contact us via email, express your request, your needs, and then we would get back in touch with you, and person, organization, to understand the situation, what they're after, and such. think that the first step would just be get in touch with us via email. Thank you very much. Mr. Enoch, I hope that answers your question. And I hope that you will be able to host your content and server at the local level. And I hope that prices will be democratic, as you say. Fantastic. Thank you. Are there any other questions? It is 24 past the hour. I think we have started using up the next session's time. Ghislain, could you let us know where we're at with time? I just had another question for Yannick. Go ahead. For data centers in Africa, there's this energy challenge. The cost of energy that is quite high compared to other markets and other countries. What are solutions that are available for us to be competitive when we discuss costs? When something is hosted in Europe, it's a few milliseconds, so we compensate this loss in latency with a cost that is affordable. But how can we stay competitive with other markets if the cost of our energy is quite high? What solutions do we have to be competitive in that respect? Yes, indeed. These days, that is one of the real challenges, that issue of cost. Apologies, I turned my mic off. So today, yes, this is still a challenge when it comes to the realities and logistical constraints due to infrastructure. Energy is a real issue, and investments that we need to make in energy to ensure a level of availability that corresponds to certifications that we are putting forward are large investments, as you can imagine. So we need to bear all these investments in mind, and everything. There are multiple elements that have to be taken into account when we discuss costs. There are various countries where infrastructure issues are better addressed or less so. The question today is more to see for the end user the cost and the opportunity. Do I pay more, or do I compromise with latency? Not everyone can afford to have less latency. With IDSS, there's a higher sensitivity with latency. So it just depends on the type of what you're after, what you need to do with, for example, your business. Certain businesses might be quite sensitive to that latency and may not want to compromise. So if obviously you pay more to host locally, but you host further away, but obviously then you will have to compromise on speed. So it depends on the various. I'm not aware of all the exact different prices from continent to continent. I know that these days we deal with bigger companies at present, but we've also tried to keep some niches. There are practices in the African market where MNOs or certain ISPs will make space available in their infrastructures to host servers for units and racks, for example. We wanted to integrate this to be able to be competitive in terms of prices. So what happens is that beyond the rack, that could be requested by a small or medium and a company, startups or small businesses can contact our distributors, our partners, who then would book specific racks in the data centers to be able to host those who wouldn't need a full rack or a quarter of a rack. So they just need a server and so on and so forth. So that's one of the elements that could provide a solution to bypass this this issue of cost and access. The infrastructure exists, and so you need work altogether for better results. I'm not sure. I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much. And I think, Ghislain, since you're here, I might let you check if there are any final questions. Can you answer those last two questions? I think they're complementary questions. What is the impact of the internet exchange point on the reduction of tariffs for internet in Africa for end users? And second question, what is the ideal model for an IXP for the region and the sub-region of Central Africa? So these are two questions by Abdel Jalil Bacharbon. Ghislain, would you be able to reply to both of these questions and then conclude? Thank you. Yes, of course. Thank you, Sylvain. I think that for the first question, when it comes to reduction of costs, we said during your first day that the IXP helps with localization of all local traffic. What was supposed to go, let me give you an example. If someone was in Gabon and they have a neighbor who's not even 10 kilometers away, and you send them an email, but this email first has to go to Marseille before coming back, this link through which the email went through costs a lot of money. If we create an IXP, this link, this distance is reduced, and therefore, if a lot of content is localized, then obviously the prices would balance themselves out, reduce, and would be therefore more affordable, especially for local services. And for everything linked to content, not necessarily our content, but localized content when it comes to the IXP in our whole ecosystem. So that's just to answer the first question when it comes to reduction of costs. For your second question, when it comes to the model, there is no universal model. The model is the one that works for you. For example, in some countries, the community model would work better compared to any other. In Gabon, they've created a GIE. In other countries, they have an associative non-profit model. In other countries, it's a regulatory model where you've got the IXPs managed by regulators, like in Côte d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, I believe, with a non-profit organization who adds this non-lucrative aspect. There are certain countries in South Africa, I think, they've got a model around a data center. So we've got a data center who puts in place or makes available an IXP for its community, for the community of clients who are hosted in the data center. So there are numerous models, and there is no universal model. It really is what will work has to be the one that is put in place. There are also community models. That's what we've seen also in South Africa, where it's the community that decides, okay, let's work together. Let's create an IXP. So you've got many models that we've seen. The regulatory model, the data center model, the government model, the commercial model, DKIX AM6, the community model. So just many, many options. And then it's just a matter of picking the right one for that country, for that community. The one that you think would work best, if that makes sense. However, maybe I could also add that each model has its advantages and its drawbacks. What we've seen works well often is the community models. There are lesser costs, and therefore they contribute to the reduction of cost of the internet in that country. Other models are not necessarily optimal. Certain models, for example, models where the operator of the IXP does not have the skills to get the IXP to grow. They've got the skills to create it, but they do not have the right skills to develop it. These are two very different things. Creating an IXP, I was going to say anyone can do it, almost, but to develop an IXP, go from 5 to 10 to 20 to 40 members, that needs a certain level of skill. And each model has its advantages and its drawbacks, as I was saying. I hope that answers your question. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ghislain. I think that those were the last two questions we had. There might be one more. I just wanted to add that for Davina, the question is, what are the different collocations for Raxio? In the slides, you mentioned all this. The slides will be shared, and I think maybe you can just find the answer to your question in those slides. Thank you very much to all our panelists. Thank you to all those who asked questions. We're coming to the end of our session. Yes. Yes, we're coming to the end. Are there no other questions? If there are no other questions, I think we could conclude. Very well. No? Not that I can see. I just wanted to thank everyone. Thank participants, speakers. We gave ourselves the objective of having this forum every year. This is the 5th year in a row, so it's fantastic. We're really working on next year's edition. We hope that that can be in person, but we're not sure yet. We will see. We could have it in one of the countries in Central Africa. Let's stay engaged. Let's keep discussing. And if anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask them at any point. Thank you again to all. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you, ISOC. Thank you to the CEMAC community. And thank you to all the IXP managers. And thank you to the steering committee from the CAPF. I think the members are present here today. I just wanted to share the link with all the content that I shared in the chat. Could someone share it? I'm struggling to share my screen. I wanted to share my screen to show my browser. Could someone please share that? And in the meantime, thank you again for the committee members. Gina, would you be able to share your screen or the link, please? You can see the link I posted in the chat. I'm looking for it. Give me just a second, please. Sylvain? Yes? One final suggestion. Could we do the family picture? Yes, if everyone's up for it. For all who are present, Landry, Olivier. If they turn their cameras on, maybe we could take a picture? Yes, of course. Yes, yeah, please, everyone turn on your cameras if you can. And we'll take our little group family shot. Who's in charge of that? Let's open up all the cameras. Thank you to everyone. I'm just going to introduce the committee members and then we'll take a couple shots. Thank you for sharing your screen, Ghislain. So here you've got a brief overview of all the members of the steering committee. We've got co-president Sylvain B and Chancel Barra. You've got Ghislain Kemugawa, who's a member, Jean-Baptiste Milogo, Pascal Mwanza, Luc Mesedi, Landry, Olivier Leloutre, Nico Tintouz, Serge Parfait, Goma, Samuel Thiolet, Cédric Nbeyet, and Willy Manga. So during the evolution, we have had members who have had many other things to do and had to step down from the committee, but thank you very much to them anyway. Olivier left and came back, for example. Samuel, for example, worked a lot with the committee, but he had other assignments. Thank you nonetheless. We've got Pascal Mwanza, who's no longer part of the steering committee for unknown reasons, but everyone is quite busy. We have a new member, a representative for CAMEX. I just want to congratulate all the steering committee members. Olivier came back. Thank you very much. You can turn your camera on. We're going to take a little group shot, a little family picture. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all participants. And I think Chancel will be closing our session, my co-chair. Chancel, you can take the floor. And if you've got anything to add, please go ahead. And then we will take a group shot. Chancel, are you still with us?
Là, je vous entends.
Yes, I'm here.
Petit souci avec mon écran.
Apologies, I'm having a couple issues with my screen. So what I'd like to say is thank you to all the participants. Thank you to all the members of the steering committee for this fantastic work they've been doing. Thank you for working for the community. Thank you to all the people who are out of Central Africa and support the initiative. Thank you, ISOC, for the support and everything they do for the benefit of communities. And thank you to all the steering committee members. It wasn't easy, but we've managed. And so I wanted to say congratulations for all your work. Because again, we're working for the well-being of the community. We want more IXPs in Central Africa, more engagement with the community. I think that's the weak link at the moment, but we need to keep working on this in our next session of the CAPF. I hope that we will have more stories telling us about the improvement of things in terms of governance, improvements in infrastructure, and more engagement from the community. And in August, we will have AFPIF that will be happening in DRC. And so we will have our host, the DRC IXP. And so I would cordially invite all participants to register for this activity, this event, and we will show the engagement of the Central African community, who isn't always felt widely enough during that event. So for Peering Africa. So this year it's happening in Central Africa, so I'd encourage all of you to attend, to show our engagement in DRC, show the opportunities to our community. It would be a real opportunity to exchange with other regions who may be more advanced when it comes to IXPs, content, PCH, and so on and so forth. It is a real opportunity for us, and I think we need to grab it. So thank you very much. Thank you. Can we take this family group shot now? And then we can bid farewell to all our attendees. Ghislain, would you be able to help out with this? I think we're almost done. Thank you, everyone. Have a lovely day. I hope you enjoyed this 5th edition of the CAPF Forum. Goodbye. Thank you, everyone.